Are we ready? Well, I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Thursday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be working on some more Insignia dev. I am going to be working a bit more on some art today and maybe a new enemy. We'll see how we go. I want to say a big thank you and a welcome to everybody who's here in chat on both YouTube and Twitch already. And I want to say a big thank you especially to Papa Wes for the most recent follow and Virtue vs. Vice for the most recent subscription. Okay, so I just want to make one really quick change. Just going to remove this from the overlay just for now until I have I'm able to bring it back. So hopefully everyone's doing well today. Welcome. Have I done a video on version control? I am using GitHub. And I use all project files. Yeah. So particularly because my project is a pixel art game where all of the assets are very, very small, it is not inefficient for me to use GitHub as my entire backup solution. But if you're using like really large files, then there is Git LFS, large file support, which you can, on a subscription basis, I think, depending on how big the files are or how many of them you've got, it can be subscription based. But there is, oh my goodness, I think there is a free tier as well. My mouth moving too fast for my brain. Okay. Hey, Evan. How's it going? Hey, Wynamo. Wynamo says, I'm a pretty new student in the game dev industry, and you've inspired me to really delve into making pixel art. Cool. Nice. Enjoy. Thanks for watching. Yep. Cool. All right. So shall we get into it? I want to sort of talk through... Have I seen the Acerola Game Jam? Nope. What is that? Maybe we'll look into that. Acerola Game Jam. I thought you wrote areola, and I was very confused. This thing? What is Acerola? Who's that? Thank you so much, Chuckington. No, C. Buckington. Thank you. Somebody asked if I streamed on Thursdays, and yeah. I've been streaming on Thursdays for a long time now. Oh, this is Sebastian Leg. Oh, interesting. Who is Acerola, and why are they not Sebastian? Team size limit 1. Interesting. When does this opens? It starts in 27 days, and it's a 2-week jam. 2 weeks is a long time, but we'll see. I'm gonna be pretty busy jamming out my demo for Insignia. But hey, let's talk about it. So. I am at the moment, I'm working on some demo content, and the demo content is there to sort of showcase and sort of flesh out the ensign system. And this is kind of like standing as like the tutorial, or at least like the entry level content to do with the ensign system in my game, which is the magic system. So in the magic system, there are a few rules that I've got. When an enemy that is carrying an ensign, which is this little green dot, when an enemy is parried, they lose their ensign, or if they're killed, they lose it. And then we take it. So in this case, we have this wall ride backflip thing, right? So when there's only one enemy in the scene, there's only the enemy dying and us taking the ability, and that's fairly straightforward to understand. However, there are also times when an enemy can, if there are multiple enemies and they both share the same kind of ensign, the player can't hold both at the same time. Okay, so when we take out this guy, we grab his ensign. If we take out this guy, we basically swap. So the original one sits over here and we can attack it to get it back. And then now the other one is over here. These I might be replacing soon with something like this. I basically want to show what the symbol is, and I want there to be a more visually organic thing that feels attackable. So the symbol itself is right now, it's not super obvious because I've got it like in, let me sort of explain what the challenge is for the design today. So the challenge is, it's got to be, I'll work it back. I'll talk about it from the beginning so that you don't get confused about what I'm doing. So each of the powers, right? Each of the colors, so green, blue, yellow, red, they are coded that way because the enemy, in order to steal the power from them, you need to parry them in that direction. So Armin has directional attacks, and the directional attacks relate to the colors. So stabbing down steals green abilities. So this thing here will be something that you either, I'm experimenting with the idea of you just hit it versus you stab down at it to get the power. Because I'm looking for an opportunity to reinforce the connection between the ability, the direction you have to attack, and the color. That's all sort of there. I'm also wrapping in this idea of the symbol. I want the symbol to be obvious when you're running around. I think that the symbol being on screen all the time is probably too much. So I'll probably fade it out and have it fade in when you get close to the thing. So what that basically means is that these flowers bloom wherever there is an enemy that's died. That's the idea. And at the beginning of the game, maybe I'll have some flowers that are just there anyway, right? There's no enemy. It's just like, basically they're just little nodes that you attack to get the ability. That's the idea. So there are like progressive ideas that I'm trying to introduce here when it comes to explaining to the player what they need to be doing and how they need to do it. So like step one would be, let's call this like ensign tutorialization, right? So the first thing is that there are abilities. That some paths cannot be reached with the normal move set. Okay, that's like the first thing. That there are abilities that allow you to reach those paths. That the abilities are color coded. That the abilities can be found in the world after unlocking that the abilities typically are found in enemies. That I guess the that there can just go away. Abilities can be stolen from enemies by killing them. Abilities can be stolen from enemies by parrying in a specific direction linked to the color. So this is the kind of core, set or whatever. Set of things that the player needs to learn in order to understand how the game works. Not all of these need to be not all of these need to be explained in the tutorial. I could probably get away with a shorter version of this, where we don't really need to know that they're color-coded because we're only going to unlock one. We don't really need to know that we can parry, but it would be nice if I can communicate that. This is the thing. It's like the design challenge here with all of my game dev work in the last 2 years, right? I think I could have released Insignia at a really simple, straight, like clunky level, and it wouldn't have been very obvious how anything worked. But if you were the kind of player that would stick it out, maybe you would enjoy the systems once you learned them. And the years that I've been putting into it recently, a lot of that has been around cohesion. Like, how do I make this thing and this thing actually not need to be two separate things, but how do I make them one thing? So basically just simplifying the game down so that the concepts mesh more together and are fewer. There are fewer concepts and the concepts mesh together better. So that's kind of that's very important to me. So some of this comes out in very, very subtle things like world design, like the sprite work, how something reacts to you when you touch it or when you get near it or when you attack it. Those kinds of things, what color the thing is, does it change color when you attack it? Those things, that feedback is so, it's not very obvious it's not the first thing that you think of when you're designing something, and it takes a lot more time than just implementing the thing. But if it's done right, it's this invisible quality that allows the player to just sort of more easily get in tune with what the game is teaching them without you having to explain it with words. So the idea that this will save me time, or it will save me from having to take up the player's time, that's valuable to me. So I have ways of explaining this stuff. We don't need to do it from scratch. It's more just there is an opportunity here to have an in-world and an in-lore and an in-game and visually a UI explanation for something. And if we can get all of those things aligned into one thing, it will just be a bit more obvious. So this idea of there are... Let me talk you through my thought process. In the world of Insignia, energy, life energy, is a material substance, or can take a material form. Magic weapons, like the main character's weapon, allows that energy to materialize and be captured and manipulated and used outside of its life source. So an enemy's life energy can be captured and then reused. that's how the abilities, that's what justifies the existence of the abilities. So that's all good and well. The next thing is that the world has this equal and opposite principle about energy. So the energy can't come from nowhere, and it doesn't get destroyed. It can dissipate, but it has to be one, or it's like it exists in some form all the time. So the idea here is like when an enemy dies, if you can't capture its energy, it goes somewhere. Another idea is that energy that's been sitting somewhere for a long time can crystallize and become literal crystals, like gemstones. So that's some ideas. Hey, MZF. Welcome. I'm drunk. Stream's going well. The next idea is that for gameplay reasons, like I showed you earlier, if I have two enemies and one of them dies, or if they both die and you can only capture one of their life essences at a time, where does the energy go? As in, where does the power go for you to pick it up? In this case, the idea is that the power gets absorbed into the ground and sprouts back up as some kind of plant. And there are a few reasons why it's a plant and not respawning the enemy. One is that if it's a plant and you can attack it once, you can get the energy back. You can get the ability back very quickly, right? It's straightforward to attack a plant and get the power. Rather than respawning the enemy, having to fight them again. Also, the idea is kind of like the plant, you know, like focuses the energy down into like a point, like it's a thing that grows out of the ground and it's very obvious. And it's almost a bit crystallized, right? There's this fruit that they have in Australia here that's like, it's like a melony kind of fruit, I think, or like it's quite fleshy. And I like the idea that like there is like hard crystals that have been there for a long, long time. And then there is this like these plants that are like more fleshy. And then there's like vapor. It's kind of like a states of matter. You know what I mean? It's like, I haven't got liquid yet, but maybe you can imagine the energy could also take a liquid form. So this is kind of like a nice opportunity to sort of like have something in world that exists where an enemy has died, that you can use to recapture the energy that that enemy, you know, had, and that I can color code it with the kind of ability that the energy had. So, you know, we could use, you know, red abilities, and we'd have like a red flower. So the opportunities there seem pretty clear to me. The next thing is that we could make the plants force the player to engage with the abilities using the directional parries. So as a way of creating reinforcement learning, I could basically make it so that you have to, like, to parry, to steal red abilities, you have to do a backstep, like a counter attack. If you also have to do a backstep to break open these flowers to get the power, I'm teaching you that it's the same, right? As opposed to just attacking them. So in this case, these green flowers, you have to like stab down at. So maybe it's like, you know, I could design the flowers in such a way that they have like, they're only like open at the top or something like that. So I could just like take this, and instead I could make it so it's like, there's like a green kind of, or whatever, like a thing that's like around the flower. It's like encasing it, and it's open only at the top, like a little bit, like a bulb. I'm being cringe. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for joining and thanks for watching. Don't worry about it. It's okay to be cringe sometimes. Right, so it could be like this and you have to like stab down into it to like burst it open. And then you can attack it to get the thing. And I think that there is, you know, when you're making a game, you want the player to use the mechanics in the game. You know what I mean? To solve problems. So if I can communicate that, like, if I can make it visually obvious how you engage and interact with this thing, then it becomes a chance to exercise a skill that the game is teaching you, right? Rather than being like a chore or something weird. It's kind of like, oh yeah, I get to do the thing using what I've learned already. What I'm a little concerned about is how obvious that will be in the moment, and can I do it for different things? Like, can I make it obvious that the directional attacks are intuitive that they're like required? Hey Xanthea, thank you so much. So in this case, like stabbing down on this thing, you know, is that obvious that you stab down into that? And if I do make it like that, maybe the down stab needs to be a little bit more obviously down. And then I need to think about how it reacts when you attack it any other way. Like, does it need tutorial text, stuff like that? You know, it's something that I might have to teach the player and reinforce with VFX. But I think that there's something kind of cool about this. I also think that I would have to show the symbol of the thing that you unlock above it. I think that's kind of a given. When you step close to it. But if yet, hey. Yeah, maybe open at the top, but I think it would need to have like a creature break it open. That's not a bad idea. But there are other ways to even approach this, right? Like, it doesn't have to be a flower. It doesn't have to be fruit. It doesn't have to be anything like that. I've only just decided that because it seems convenient, but we could also come up with like some other analogy, you know, that serves a similar or the same purpose. And I guess workshopping this is kind of like, I don't know. It feels like it's something that it needs to be done right. Like, whatever this is, it needs to be something that the player can understand and look forward to, and not feel like it's confusing or whatever, or not miss particularly. It's getting really hot in my house. Let me turn the aircon on. That's what it is. Mezeth. I'm going to call you Mezeth. Mezeth says, how do you feel about live streaming? I've been doing it for like 6 years now. 5 years, so I don't mind it. Don't make the leaves cover the bulb that much. Well, this is the thing. This is where it gets a little bit difficult because we're kind of trying to kill two birds with one stone. And if we're trying to serve like two masters, it's going to make it difficult. So this was what I originally designed, right? Something like that, I guess, where it's like, oh yeah, you just attack the thing. But we were thinking of the idea of maybe you attack it directionally. You have to use a directional attack. So you have to make it specifically obvious that it opens from the top. So you have to stab down through the top to open it up. I think that right now, I have a bit of a challenge here. Where this is very diagonal. Is that the flower or creature with the tendrils on multiple levels? Huh? I don't know what you mean by multiple levels. This is a new thing. It's not an old thing. This is a way of... It's a bit inspired by this other thing that I worked on like a couple of years ago, like a door that you open by attacking this fruit. And it's the idea of the same kind of thing, like a fruit that you have to attack to recover abilities that are dropped by enemies. Oh, that's not a bad idea. It starts open and it closes up around you. When it closes up around itself when you approach. So you actually see what it is before you walk up to it. That's pretty cool. So yeah, looking at this, like, I think this might need to be more... Yeah, eyes. Actually, that's very observant. It is based on that. It's exactly based on that. I didn't think you'd remember that. The mandrake, but it's more of a repurposing of that concept. It's not the same thing. I don't think I could put the rune on the fruit. I feel like the runes are too big. There's like a bunch of them as well. They need to be quite specific. And they're if I'm going to do a set of sprites for all the different abilities, I feel like they need to be what's the word? Like, I mean, I could do a smaller set. But that would be the third set already. So I can't hard code it. I can't draw. I can't just draw the symbol on the thing. That's not right, because there's got to be multiple of these different symbols that all get used the same way. And I don't want to draw 16 flowers. And the symbols currently are large enough that they can be used in UI. So if I make them bigger, I mean smaller, then I need to make additional sets of them because they would have to, they can't be smaller in the UI. So like this, for example, if we do this, That I can kind of buy as like a downstab thing. I buy that. But it means that the hitbox becomes a lot less nice. I'm going to extend it forward quite a lot. And I'll keep it back quite a bit too. Yeah, that's actually too far. Let's call it like that. Yeah, that's fine. Is this Unity? Yep. So when I moved to Thailand, so I'm back now, back in Australia. I moved to Thailand last year, and I spent about 6 months there. It wasn't supposed to be a permanent move. It was more of like accompanying my wife on an exchange unit for semester. So we were there. We were going to be there for about 8 months, and that got shortened to 6. So actually, it did inspire a lot of the game. The current concepts for the ability symbols in my game, the runes, this is based on Thai script. So all of my game's abilities are based on the writing system of the country that I lived in. Thai is based on this idea of like heads and tails. So they have like let me think of a name, like a letter. They have like that kind of thing, and the start is always like a circle. The start of the letter is always like a circle. That's like the head. So there are letters that look like this, for example, or what's Kokai? Oh my gosh, I'm starting to forget it. Like that. And they all have like some kind of thing that's called like the head that like starts the letter. It's almost like in Japanese, you've got the stroke order. It's like that. So you have like the head of the letter and then you draw the rest of the letter. And that's kind of what inspired like the abilities in my game. So my abilities, they're like, where are they? Oh, this didn't save. Oh no, I've got like a bunch of work that's here that I can't see because it's not on my computer. It's on a different computer. Damn, I didn't even think about that. But this is what they look like. So let me grab some. Oh, also, we're going to change the station because we're getting too much muted audio apparently. Yeah. So like this is one. I've got a few different shapes here. So like the way that I currently do it in Insignia, the logic for how my runes are structured is there's a diamond. That's like the basis for every letter. And inside the diamond, you have a direction. So all of them are directional. in the case of the one you were just looking at, rise, it goes up. So the head of the letter of the symbol ends up at the top. And then I've got this. I think this is backwards though. Yeah, I gotta flip this. Hang on. Yeah. So this and this symbolize that it goes from, you know, from bottom to top. And I usually use 1 or 2 strokes to showcase like the direction. But here, like I stayed diagonal as I drew this because it's, to me, it helps communicate that this is going through the air, right? It's like wind going upwards. There's another one that you can see that we unlocked at the same time. This one's not quite done yet. I might need to redesign it, but it's like a wall run. It's like a kick flip. Like you like kick off the wall. You like run up the wall and kick off it. So it would be something like this. It's like you start across and then you go like up and then off like this. And I might do like another line down as well. And then give it maybe like a little something like this. I was living in Bangkok. So something like that might be like the second one. So these are both, by looking at these, you can tell that they're both abilities that are linked with the green, like the upward element. My elements in my game are directional. It's not like fire, earth, air, water. It's like up, down, left, right. So these are both up elements. And this is the wall run. And this is the air rise. I've also got one that launches enemies upward. And that one, I think it's going to be something like this. I'm not sure. But it's supposed to look like a deer's antlers. So something like that. Yeah, green is up like growth. Yeah, exactly. Is right more powerful than left? Well, in this game, it's more like forward versus back. The abilities aren't left and right, they're forward and back. So forward tends to be more powerful than back because it's a combat focused game, not because it's 2D, but because leaping forward has combat implications, but going back is like, well, I backstep to avoid an attack. I got to make 4 different abilities that are variations of that somehow. So yeah, the most underdeveloped element right now in the game is the back element, or left, if you want to think about it that way. Okay, so to bring this all back, when you defeat an enemy, the symbol that represents their ability gets trapped basically inside of a flower or whatever that grows at the site of their death. That's the idea. So my hope, let me explain something really quickly for those of you who don't know. I know this feels so convoluted. It must feel so convoluted, but it should make sense when you watch it. In order to steal an ability from an enemy mid-combat, their moves, right? Their moves have directions. So that guy used a forward attack, which is red. If I jump, he might try using an aerial attack, which is the green, right? So that's his uppercut. I can steal that move by attacking down, right? Because I'm going like equal and opposite. So he's coming up, I attack down, I steal the ability. Which one's easier, Unreal or Unity? For simulation engineering, probably Unity. So now I have an uppercut. Same thing here. If I step back, I can steal the red attack. So that idea of like I attack in the opposite direction of the ability that I'm stealing. That is something that I want to try to teach and enforce. Enemies don't really have directional attacks that way. I could make it like that, but it's a single player game. It doesn't need to be like fighting game balanced. So now that you know that, the idea is just in order to teach the player and prepare them for a fight like that, where you counter an uppercut by down stabbing, I'm thinking that when an enemy dies, the flower that spawns where they died needs to be attacked the same way. Reflect projectile, knock back an enemy, backdash, parry, spot dodge. Something like that, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this is kind of where we're at. I'm still figuring out. So that if I want to teach the player to do the directional attack to harvest the abilities, this is the time to do it, I think. And the way that I draw these things is almost like a way of, you know, I can reinforce that here. That's what I'm trying to say. So let me just draw this like it's one object, just like a diamond thing. Oh, it should obviously be a diamond, but how about we start from scratch? So it's like a green, kind of fleshy fruit thing. Did I watch State of Play? I did not. That's about a good size. How was it? Was it worth watching? State of Play is what? PlayStation's presentation? Oh yeah, the progression stuff's already kind of in there. I'm really happy with how it's coming along. I'm actually very excited to share more of the game. Actually did a really good job the first time here. Don't think I'm going to be able to recapture it very consistently. I don't know the rules, the visual rules. Like organic but translucent. There's so many ideas here, and I managed to do a good job the first time. DS2. You gotta be, what was DS2 again? There's too many DS. Too many games with DS as their what's the word? Moniker? What acronym? Not Dark Souls 2, surely. And not Demon Souls. Death Stranding. Right. Yeah, DS is, for me, it's not Death Stranding. That's Dark Souls or Demon Souls. Or the Nintendo DS. They're making a sequel. PlayStation is making a sequel to the Nintendo DS? Wow. Oh, Dead Space. Hey, I got a question. How many of you think of like the Nintendo DS as a retro console? Like if I mention the DS, do you think, oh yeah, that's something that was played like before my time? Like what's the most recent console that you call retro? I want to know. Dreamcast is retro for you? GameCube is retro? PS3 is retro? PSP? This is just to make everybody else in chat feel old. PS4. Don't you dare. The GameCube. That's retro? That's so funny. For me, like, I think I have a standard. I think I figured it out. Like the right way to approach this conversation. I think that retro is anything that you can emulate faithfully on modern hardware. Actually, you know what? If I say that, that makes the Switch retro. But anything you can emulate on a phone. Like, I don't think the Wii U is retro. I don't think the Switch, I mean, obviously not. I don't even think the Wii is retro. I would say, like, retro for me is, like, maybe PS1. Even then, I'm like, oh, is it really, though? Yeah, it's old as F, but like retro for me is like, the other definition I have is like, what do you think of as like modern gaming? You know, like what are the staples of like what a modern game is? And for me, a lot of what makes a game modern has to do with like, I guess 3D graphics. If it's got 3D graphics, it's pretty modern. I don't know, like the techniques used to make the games. Gosh, I'm not very, I don't think I've done a good job here of creating a standard. I feel like you guys are... poking holes in my ideas here. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. How old am I? How old do you think I am? You'd probably be right if you guessed I guess I just think of retro as being quite specific. 28. Oh, I love you, Gecko. 27. Wow. 35? Hey. Hang on. You think 35? I mean, I could, if I look like this at 35, I expect to look like this at 35, I guess. 26, 25. 32. 32 is correct. I got this thing on my skin. It's really bothering me. This mark here, this blemish, it's not really there. There's nothing there, right? But it looks like there's something there because of the pink. This pink light is casting like it's like a dimple maybe on my skin, and it's casting this shadow, and it makes me look a lot. What is that, man? I don't know. It makes me look. It's so dark. It looks like I got a big like old wrinkle there. Sorry, it's just been bothering me. Old person spots. No, it was like a pimple. It was like a pimple like 4 weeks ago, and now it's just like a crater. Like my skin's got like a crater in it. It's all downhill. I know. You turn 30, you start falling apart. But yeah, I'm 32. I only just turned 32, but I'm 32. It will happen to you. I'll be cool forever. 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 Oh, thank you. That's very nice. I'm sorry if you decided not to answer. Sorry, no, there's just a lot of chat. As someone I look up to, I'd love your advice. Any tips for time management and motivation? Struggling to stay motivated, even to do college work, plus game dev. I mean, look, I don't know your life, but my general advice would be this. First of all, try and be realistic about like how much time you can spend in a day, right? Like how many hours of the day do you actually have the time and energy to put into your hobbies or whatever, your different things that you do? If you're spending more than 10 hours a day doing stuff, you're probably doing pretty well. Like I don't think most people spend more than 10 hours a day doing stuff. So if you're working and you're doing a hobby and you have a side thing and you're studying, it's like, like you've only got so much. And if you want to be more productive, like you may have to either sacrifice something or be extremely, extremely regimented and like in a routine. So there's that. The next part is like, if you, how do I put this? I think that there are ways that you can format your life that are not very good. And one of those is to have goals that you've set with deadlines that are made up. Like if you have some, or if not deadlines, quotas. If you have a quota, like I want to achieve this thing by this time. If you don't have any realistic planning structure for why you've selected that time, the odds of you not being able to do it in that time are basically going to be much lower. So you're going to say, I want to make games. And if it takes you more than a year to learn to make a game, you go, oh, I didn't achieve my goal this year. I'm failing, right? But actually, maybe it just took you a year, and maybe it might take you 3 years to make a game. You know, like the goal was wrong, not your motivation. So set smaller goals that are more achievable. That will make you feel more productive because you can get them done more easily. If you have realistic goals and you are giving yourself a realistic time per day to achieve those goals, and you're still struggling with motivation, then I would say consider the following. Are you experiencing burnout? Right? So are you just pushing yourself too hard and you just need a rest? Are you getting good sleep? Right? That's like the first one. Are you eating well? Are you sleeping well? Are you getting sunlight and touching grass every couple of days at least? If you're not doing any of those things, yeah, like you're going to be kind of demotivated because your body's like not getting what it needs. Second thing is, are you setting the right goals? So like the thing that you're trying to do right now, you might not be ready to do that thing. Like sometimes when I'm designing stuff, I get really anxious and I get really demotivated. Like I feel like I don't want to work on the thing. It becomes like a big blank wall in my brain to think about specific things. And oftentimes when I dig a little bit and when I think about why I feel that way, it's typically because I'm concerned that the time that I put into that thing will be wasted. And if that's the case, it's usually because there's some other thing that I haven't designed or decided or developed that should inform this thing. So like if I'm doing animations for an enemy and I don't actually know for sure that this enemy should be in the game the way that I've designed it, all that time I'm going to put into animating it is going to go to waste because I didn't really make sure that there was a enemy shaped slot for this enemy to go into in the game. Like, does the player need to be fighting an enemy right now in this space? What kind of skills should the enemy be teaching the player or testing the player on? If it's just an enemy for an enemy's sake, let's say I've already got 2 flying enemies in my zone and I work on another flying enemy, and then someone playtests the game and they go, oh, there's a lot of flying enemies in this game. And I think, oh, damn it, I should have made an enemy that was on the ground. Now I've got a wasted enemy, right? That's the idea, all right? If you're doing something that you don't know is the thing that you need to be doing right now, and you don't know how to do it yet, that's a goal that even if you set the right time for it, even if you're healthy, you're not going to be feeling good about doing that task because some part of you knows like, I'm not up to this yet. I don't feel comfortable doing this yet because I haven't actually done the pre-work for this job, right? So an example for that would be like, let's say, just to make it more relatable, I have a lawn now for the first time. I'm renting a house with my wife, and my landlord said to me like, oh, I want to make sure that you're mowing the lawn, that you've taken care of the lawn, like make sure you're putting some time into it. My landlord's family, so I don't mind, but I don't know how to mow a lawn, right? This is like a few months ago. I don't know how to mow a lawn. I don't know how to take care of a lawn. So in my mind, I've got the task. I need to take care of the lawn. The lawn's getting long, and I'm feeling anxious about it because it's like, I don't know how to do that task, but that's the task that I have to do. So of course I felt demotivated. The tasks that should come before that is research lawn care, buy some lawn tools. You know what I mean? Like you can enjoy and look forward to things that you know how to do. If you don't know how to do something, putting it on the task list is not worth doing yet, unless you're comfortable putting other tasks before it and doing those first. So I think a lot of people get fixated on results. They say, I want to achieve this goal, and everything that comes before that is just a waste of time or something that I don't want to have to do. And the problem with game dev is this. Game dev is almost exclusively made up of you trying to do something and learning that there is something that you don't know yet stopping you from doing that thing. That is like the first 4-5 years of making games. If you're doing them solo, it's going to be you going, how do I make my character jump? Oh, I don't know anything about character controllers or physics systems or colliders. Oh, I guess I now have to learn about all these things before I can do this thing. You know, it's like you're going to run into these things where you just don't know. You don't even know what you don't know yet, right? So that's going to feel really demotivating when you discover all this stuff that you didn't know, because now you have to learn that stuff before you can do this thing. Instead, I would recommend, and what works for me, is framing the time that you spend as the goal. Enjoy spending the time, you know, like feel okay about how, you know, especially when you're learning, don't worry about how long it takes. Just if you're learning something, that's good. You won today, you know. If you did anything, good, great job. If you spent the time and you were focused and you enjoyed yourself, hey, like perfect. And I think some of that even ties into the way that you think about why you have the goals in the first place. So for me, I get really anxious when it comes to money, right? I have the stream, I have my game. These are things that I have turned into my job. When I put them into the job bucket, I expect the job bucket to, you know, if I put a tap on it and turn the tap, I expect money to come out. If I didn't have game dev as my job or streaming as my job, if it was just my hobby, then I wouldn't expect it to yield income. And I wouldn't have these expectations, these anxieties about, oh, am I not making enough money? Is my game not good enough? Or my stream isn't entertaining enough because it's not making the money that I need? It's like I'm the one who puts that label on it, right? And you're the one who puts the label on your tasks or your hobbies or whatever it is that you spend your time doing. So labeling something can actually be a really important step in managing how you feel about it, right? Is this something that you're doing because you want to do it or because you feel like you have to do it? Is it something that you need to be good at in a certain time frame? Or is it just something that you enjoy, that you are happy to spend the time learning and getting accustomed to and familiar with, right? So like sometimes you just got to check yourself and be like, hey, I'm expecting too much from this. I'm really just a beginner. I'm really just figuring this stuff out. And I should set goals that are achievable for someone at my skill level, you know? So that's not a bad thing also. Like that should be a good thing. If you're able to say, hey, I'm better understanding my abilities and I'm setting better goals, that's better than where you were before. If you, and I think this happens to me all the time. This idea of like getting humbled by reality a little bit of like, I thought I was up here and I realized that I'm down here. What's really happening is that you went from someone who knew less to someone who knew a little bit more. You became more wise when you did that. But you think that you're losing something. You think that you're going down. But it's really whatever it is that you thought that you were able to do or should be doing or whatever that needed to die for you to be more aligned with reality. That thing wasn't worth it. That wasn't helping you. That was only making you anxious and demotivated. That's how I feel anyway. I don't know if any of that resonated with you. I hope it did. But for me, a lot of my motivation and lack thereof comes from knowing myself or not knowing myself. And oftentimes a lot of that comes from expectations, judgments, values that I have about who I should be, where I should be at, what other people might think of me if I don't achieve a certain thing by a certain time. All of that stuff creates these expectations that oftentimes aren't matched with reality or where I'm at as a person, and not being able to achieve those external expectations, which sometimes are self-imposed. Sometimes you think someone expects something of you, but it's really you who expects it of you on someone else's behalf. If that's where you're at, like, yeah, that stuff's gonna get really taxing. It's gonna make you not want to do it anymore. So I think it's really important to be honest with yourself, to be less judgmental about your goals if it's something new that you're learning, to be accountable for the time you spend, and to be just understanding. Just try not to, because the worst thing you can do is like the worst thing you can do is judge yourself negatively for not being a certain thing or a certain way. Because what you're doing there is you have a value that's making you feel bad, right? Like, I need to be productive. Let's just say that's the value. I need to be productive in my day. Okay, when you're not productive, you feel bad, right? Because you're not meeting some goal. But then you kind of get hit twice, because you feel bad about, on like a meta level, not reaching your goals or whatever. So like, you don't just feel bad for not doing this task, you feel like you're not a good person. And being able to be compassionate with yourself about the things that the mistakes you make, for example. Like, if you make a mistake because you were like, oh, I want to make an FPS game. I want to make an MMO, right? I want to make video games. I want to make an MMO. Let's say you don't achieve your dream of making an MMO. Okay, that feels bad. Realizing that you can't make an MMO and that your goals should be smaller, that should feel good. But oftentimes that feels bad. Like I said earlier, it feels bad because you have to accept that you couldn't reach the goal, and you feel bad about the fact that you set an unreachable goal in the first place. It's like you feel bad for not reaching it, but then you feel bad about setting it in the first place. But instead, you should feel either nothing or good that you are able to be wise enough to understand that it was an unreasonable goal to begin with. You know, like, ultimately, you're just a person, and people don't know everything, right? You're just figuring this stuff out, and it's okay to be a beginner at it, and it's okay to not be productive every day. And rather than worry about your outcomes, I think you should worry more about, or be concerned more about, your, how do I put this? Your mindfulness in what you do. You know? Being able to be present for the thing, and to think about the thing with clarity and honesty. That's really, really important, because it's like being on a ship or being in a car, right? You're driving a car and the car is not going where you want it to go. What you want to be is the guy in the driver's seat going, hey, it looks like my car's not going where I want it to go. What should I be doing about this? Do I pull over and check out what's happening with my brake line or my engine, or am I tired? Should I take a break? Like, that person is at least going to make the first steps into solving whatever problems they have. You know, don't be the person who jumps into the back seat from the driver's seat and goes, oh my God, the car's not going where I want it to go. Because the car's going to keep going where you don't want it to go if you're not in the driver's seat. So it's okay that things aren't happening perfectly or whatever, but don't waste energy getting upset or beating yourself up about things not being perfect. You know, all that energy would be way better spent taking a calm, unjudgmental look at like where things are going and what you want them to be and what's realistic and what makes sense right now. Like applying yourself to the task of navigating is way better than applying a lot of energy into going into a direction that is like inefficient just because you were already going that way. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like this. I have this problem, right? I get stubborn. Like with Insignia. Maybe there's a version of Insignia that could have released like 3 years ago if I allowed the game to be like 3 times smaller. Like just a different game, simpler, not as, you know, mechanically complicated. And maybe I would be better off as a developer making 3 small projects rather than 1 big project. I can own up to that as being possibly like a better pathway for me. I have to accept that like there are parts of this project where the stubbornness that I've got in persisting with it, you know, that's the path I've chosen. And if I'm choosing that path and I still believe in the path, I shouldn't be beating myself up about picking it in the first place, right? Just because I know that there was a different path, you know, as long as I'm being conscious and saying, hey, does this still make sense for you? Is this still the right thing to do? And unfortunately, this is the I think one of the hardest things to have a mature perspective about. Some journeys, once you've committed to them beyond a certain point, are worth seeing through, because there's this idea of like the sunk cost fallacy. I don't know if you guys have heard about this. This idea of like, you start down some road. Hang on a second. You start down some road and you pick a path, and there was a different path. And the idea is something like, well, I've already made my decision, right? I'm already halfway down the road. I need to keep going because this is what I picked, right? I need to keep going just because I picked this. Now, that's not good logic, but it's not necessarily wrong either, because there's actually like, realistically, you're here, right? This is where you are. If the next closest place that you can get to, right, is over there, well, the distance between your destination and here might be a lot further than your destination, than your distance between here and there. So like in this case, it does pay off to keep going. Like you might as well see it out because you're actually pretty close. Like my wife she just finished her final law exam for her law degree. If she says today, I don't know if I want to be a lawyer, and then never uses the degree, she spent 6 years doing the degree. Like, try it. You know, you haven't even practiced. Yeah, this is fictional, by the way. She does want to be a lawyer. She's fine. But the idea of like putting all your time into something and then just throwing it away, that's not that there is value in the time you put into it. But on the flip side, if you're here, well, now this is an area where it does make sense to turn left, right? It makes sense to go back down, because like, just because you started this MMO project and you've put 1 week into it you still got the rest of the MMO to make. You know what I mean? Like in this case, your goal might be out all the way out here, and you might even be like 1 year, 2 years, 3 years into your like MMO project. But like, hey, it's still faster. It's still faster to go back and do something smaller. For me, it's not really been obvious when my goals have been too high or too far. I always find myself on this path where like, yeah, I'm sort of going okay. Things are still working. I'm still making progress. I'm okay physically. I'm still here, so I'll just keep going. So on your little like wayfinding journey, I guess the point of this little discussion is ultimately the best decision maker for what you should be doing right now is you right now. And you should be able to be, you should look to be unemotional about where you are and what the next best step is. Regardless of how far down a road you are or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Like, what's the difference between like sunk cost and an investment? You know what I mean? Pulling out of an investment could be a bad decision or a good decision. The fact that you invested it, it's very similar to gambler's fallacy, right? It's like the fallacy comes from the emotional baggage that we place on the decisions that we've made thus far, not in having invested in the first place or being in a place where you've invested. How do you feel about being a content creator versus a game dev? That is, look, I mean, gosh, we could talk about this stuff all day. If I answer that question, I'll be answering it by definition. You know what I mean? I'll be making content, not making my game, but I will answer it anyway. Look, I have had to accept that the road that making my game online in this way has put me on has meant that there is some percentage of my time that will always be spent on content that's not my game. That's just the way that it is, right? Because if I'm going to put time into social media, then I might as well try to make that investment effective. Hey, Catnets, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Right? Like, because you have two options, right? And this is the same thing. It's the same idea. You can either make your game in a complete vacuum by yourself in your bedroom and then release it, or take it to a publisher and say, okay, like, here's my game. What do you think? Right? That's like one option. Just like make game in bedroom alone or whatever. You get no visibility. Nobody knows who you are, what your game is, or anything like that until it's like finished or it's close to being finished and you take it to a publisher. Or there's make a game in public. Okay? And this is what I'm doing. It's like everything that I do, I try to showcase it and share it, because the idea is maybe by the time the game... Sorry, I'm just going to mute that. You know, every time I do something, people see it, it builds this momentum. The question really is it's just this, right? Doing this means that some of your time has to be spent creating content. So the path gets extended by some amount, right? It's a longer road by definition, because in order to make it in public, you have to post stuff, right? And sometimes so you've created a new goal, which is like marketing, right? This marketing bar in this world, in this path, you know, it's pretty big. In this path, you have nothing. So what you're really doing is just trading time for visibility. And whether or not that's worth it is like up to you. So it really just depends on like, is it paying off? And part of that equation, unfortunately, involves like, unfortunately, in order to have the data to know whether or not you are a good candidate for marketing your game online, you kind of do have to start posting stuff, and you have to start posting pretty frequently. There's like, I have this analogy. I really don't want to go too deep into this, but I have an analogy about social media marketing is like a fire in a forest. If you want to cause a fire, you need a few things. You need sparks, you need a fuel. Okay? You can have a lot of sparks, right? You're posting online all the time. You're posting stuff, but no one's seeing it, right? For whatever reason. There's no fuel, okay? If you do that for a consistent amount of time, such that you can like validate that, oh, like I'm posting in this forum that has 10 users on it and I'm not going viral. Oh, it's the forum's fault, right? Versus I'm posting on YouTube, people are seeing it, but they're not clicking on my thumbnails. Like there's a lot of variables that can get in the way of your viral campaign not being successful. And some of those variables include the game's quality. Maybe the game's not interesting. Maybe, you know, people just don't find it interesting to look at. So the idea is like doing this, at the very least, it puts you in a space where you are having to, well, it's two things, right? It's like, it's data, which is great, helps inform your decisions, but it's also something you have to manage, right? Alternatively, if you do this, you don't have to manage any of that nonsense. You just make your game and then like the game's done. I think in both cases, if you're making a good game, it doesn't really matter whether or not you marketed it earlier or marketed it later, because ultimately you can get around a lot of the randomness by signing up with a publisher. And if your game is like incredible and you have a good, you know, skill set to pitch it to the publisher, if they want to put the marketing dollars behind it, you know, it'll sell. And even if you can't get a publisher, if your game's like really shit hot, like you could probably start marketing it after it's finished without releasing it and build it that way. So you could start posting on TikTok about your game after you've done most of the game, right? There's nothing stopping you from doing this after or before or anything like that. So the difference is that the overheads are greater doing it this way. It takes more time and energy, but you're getting that feedback as you go. So I'm able to build a community and leverage the community to get me feedback. And yeah, I am investing time into doing tutorials and essays and stuff that don't relate to my game, and it does make it take longer, but I do enjoy doing those things too, so I don't mind it. Game dev audience versus gameplay audience. There are differences. It's worth knowing, but all feedback is good feedback if you know how to interpret it. My thoughts on Godot, I think it's cool. I think it's quite early, so I wouldn't make like the next Gears of War in it, but for a hobby, it's fine. Okay. So we're gonna do some like no worries. it's a, you know, it's part of the reason why I'm here, is to talk about this stuff. You know, if I didn't want this platform, I wouldn't be on Twitch, right? So I have to accept that sometimes I get a bit distracted, and that's okay. That's part of the job. So I want this to be something that's obviously an object that you have to stab down into. That's very hard. You want it to almost look like a keyhole or something, right? Like it needs to be like closed up around every other side, except for the part where you need to attack it, like a clam. You don't like half the game dev community, too many cringe people. I mean, that's you, I guess. I don't have much to say about that. I don't think it has to be that way, but I don't know what your experiences are, so I can't make any comments. I've thoroughly enjoyed being part of the game dev community. I've really enjoyed it. Everyone that I know and engage with and speak to on a regular basis are really cool people. Even the younger people. I think what's really important is to go to like game dev meetups. If you go to meetups, you meet the people who are like, you know, prepared to go outside. Obviously there are people who are even more introverted than that and won't even go meet people. But I mean, you're not even coming into contact with those people. So I don't know what there is to be worried about. Does canvas size affect this? No, not really. No, there's nothing to worry about with canvas size for what I'm doing. It just doesn't get rendered. Like all of this stuff is just empty. But as an artist, I appreciate having the extra canvas size because it means that I get to at least, at the very least, work with the space. Right, there's no point setting a small canvas while you're still designing the thing because you're going to limit yourself. It's going to be like, oh, I don't have this. Like if this was only 32 by 32, I couldn't draw it. You can always compress the canvas later if you really need to. Have I ever gone to GDC? Not to GDC, unfortunately. Not specifically GDC. How did I get started? I mean, a lot of university, personal skill development, and just hobby stuff. Just taking an interest and learning the same way as everybody else does, I guess. What's the advice about focusing on a single game versus doing multiple little games? I think make multiple little games. Make small games. If you're learning, make small ones. Big ones take a long time, and you can't guarantee that your time will be valid. Like, you can't guarantee that the time will be turning into something that's worth all that extra time you spent on it. If that makes sense. If I want my game to use a certain color scheme, should I limit my color palette to mostly just those colors? Or is it better to have a full palette? I mean, the whole point of a palette is that it's a limitation, right? So if you hear about this in lots of different art circles, there are no rules, only guidelines, right? So if you are less confident, then it makes more sense to treat them as rules. If you're an expert, then it makes more sense to treat them as guidelines. You can do whatever you want. You can use whatever colors you want, but you might find it a lot harder if you're not confident with colors. So that's the idea behind a palette, right? Is it gives you like a bit more structure to begin with. It helps you, get a start that you can be confident about. But if you outgrow the palette, then sure. But you won't be able to achieve an aesthetic if you don't stick to some, if you don't have it's like palettes are like rules. It's like a number pattern, right? Like if I say 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and I ask you what that is, you say, oh, you're counting by twos. If I say 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, you can still see the pattern even if there was one that was an outlier. But if I say 1, 7, 2, 9, 12, 3, 6, 15, 31, like now there's no pattern and you won't be able to follow it. So if you want an aesthetic, like a specific style, you need to have a pattern that you follow, at least for the majority of the time, so that it's even identifiable as that. I need to seed my RNG. So yeah, like if you just use random colors indiscriminately, it will be much harder to see the pattern. You won't be able to see the style that you're going for. Why does it need to be covered in some sort of shell? Because if it's not covered in a shell, then you can attack it from whatever direction you want, and it won't make any sense if it doesn't break. The idea needs to be very clearly that you can only break it from the top. So, hang on a second, that's not very clear. So if I attack this, I want it to go if I attack it from the side. If I attack it from above, I want it to break open. So if it doesn't look like it's armored, then I can't have an excuse to give you the negative feedback. Because there are going to be other ones that aren't in the ground. There are going to be ones that are on walls and on ceilings, or hanging in the air, right, facing a specific direction. Yeah, I liked what I did first. I thought that was cool. I'm just not sure. Like maybe the thing is, if it's organic, that helps me a lot. But it kind of needs to be something that can live anywhere in the scene, which is I'm a little concerned about that. Like, even floating in the air. I'm not sure. Because if I think about the things that the player can do, there have to be somewhere you swing upwards as well, you know? So like, what would the equivalent of this be if an enemy was spawned here and died here and I have to swing up to break it open? You know what I mean? Maybe I make it like a flower that's got a stem on it and then a pod, and the pod's facing down. Something like that. Hey creatures. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Now, if we just back up a little bit, the plant thing as a theme, it works, but I actually don't know if it's the only way that I could do this, because the idea, if we take a big step back, is that Armin, the main character, is a blacksmith. I could make it more like these are growths, like geodes as well. They could be crystals. And it could be more akin to like breaking open like a glass jar. You know, it doesn't have to be necessarily alive. And I think, especially if there's metal involved, that would be really cool. But we're kind of a little... It's hard to justify that kind of stuff existing in the environment. That's the only thing. And the game doesn't involve mining. So the idea of it being like ore is not that useful to me. Like, you're not smelting it. It's sort of just like energy. So then we come back to the... No, I don't really want to do mining. It's just not part of the game. It's not worth it. So yeah, the idea of them being like this is so close to a geode. You know what I mean? I do have biomes, yeah. Like this almost looks like a rock. It's like a clam, or it's a flower, or it's a geode. But geodes take a long time to create, so I'm less inclined to go for that. It could just be magical. It could just be like totally something random. And this is one of those things where like it's not that important. Like in Celeste, you grab crystals and then there are strawberries and then there are keys. It's like, it's a video game, do what you want kind of thing. The responsibility of making it all fit into one ethos, one world, is kind of like just a personal thing, but it doesn't have to do that, you know? Even like in Hollow Knight, those like Caparice shell things that give you your spirit energy. It's like, what are they? What are they supposed to be? This is the same kind of thing, Charboa. It's just a different form. So the reason why I'm making it plant-based is that the skills currently live inside of life forms. They live inside of enemies. So all of the magic is life energy. Life energy obviously is concentrated in living things. This spawns when an enemy dies, where the enemy was when you killed it. If the energy that you stole from that enemy has to be returned back. So if there are two enemies that have the same ability and you kill both of them, you can only hold one of those abilities at a time. The other ability that you can't hold on to needs to reside as an object in the level somewhere. So there needs to be an inanimate thing that holds life energy. That's how I get to plant. It's like plants are alive, they don't move. Makes sense to put them where it even makes sense for flowers to spawn when things die, you know? It's like, oh, the nutrients of the thing are still in the ground. So it makes sense that those nutrients would spawn into a flower, I guess. That's kind of like the line of logic that got me there. It doesn't super fit into like the game's themes. Yeah, I agree. Geodes take a long time to grow, so that's kind of weird. I agree. Yeah. I might just take this concept and go to a new file and just go like way bigger. And just maybe even go to like an area of the game that's like a part of the environment and just draw something in that part so that it fits a bit better. I think I want to think of this from a world environment perspective more so than I need it to be like anything else. Yeah, I mean, even more. Give me give me a whole canvas. I'll just draw it into the screenshot. So I'll just tint it down slightly just to give us some breathing room color-wise. Not that, well, it would be nice if I didn't need to do that, but just for the sake of it. It needs to be something where there's like a very specific, I feel like a slot is the right way to think about it. But I also want it to be aesthetically pleasing, like some sort of a fern or. Hey, Gondi Twax, thanks so much for the follow. Hey, Anthony Davis. Thank you, everybody. That's my plan is to win you over with the aesthetics of the game. Of course. Come for the pretty vistas, stay for the extremely difficult combat. It won't be extremely difficult, but you know what I mean. Extremely interesting. Something like a cactus almost. It's kind of interesting. I think lotuses are also a really good idea. Something about life. It also needs to be a certain size. It can't be too big. So like it probably needs to fit inside of something like that. Like basically this 32 by 32. For the most part, it probably shouldn't be much bigger than that. So I think I'm okay scale wise right now. And then maybe I just give it like, I just put the gem inside of it like this. What's your wish for criticism / feedback on stream? Like, what kind of feedback do I want? Typically when I ask for it would be best. Not really unsolicited feedback. I think people who give feedback without asking questions about what the intent of what I'm doing is, typically that feedback is really unhelpful. It's typically like, I get a lot of people coming in and saying like, this looks dumb, or I don't think this is going to sell well, or I can't see this being very good. People who say stuff like that, it's like, you don't know anything about what you're looking at. So it's not really, you kind of like discount yourself from a feedback perspective if you're not inquisitive. Because like if someone asks, basically anytime somebody asks me for feedback, the first thing I do is ask them what they were trying to do. You know, like where are we at? Is this work in progress? Is this finished? Like, is this supposed to be a prototype? What are we trying to achieve here? And then I can give feedback about like what it is that it, you know, what they can do to move it. Because if they're just working on it, if it's obviously just work in progress and you just give them feedback that relates to something that they're going to do anyway, it's just empty words. It's like someone draws It's like someone's like, it's like you're drawing a character and someone goes like this. They start drawing like a face and then you go, oh, have you noticed there's a line here? People don't have lines across their face. It's like, yeah, because I'm erasing it next. Like I'm getting there. Or like, where are the eyes gonna go? I feel like I can't really tell what this character's personality is like. It's like, yeah, it just started. Like, do you know what I mean? Whereas like, if I said, okay guys, it's finished, what do you think? That's a different question, you know? So typically feedback, if it's asked for, that's the safest time to give it, because at least then you can start talking about the context, right? Like where are they at? What are they going for? That kind of stuff. But at the same time, like if someone says like there are people who don't need to follow that rule. And those people typically, unfortunately, if you're the kind of person who knows how to give good feedback because you've got experience or a level of perception that just allows you to not be a douche about it, then those people, when they give good feedback, it's good, you know? But not everyone is like that, so I couldn't make that a blanket rule. You know, some people look at what I'm doing and they go, oh, say I'm doing combat. They go, oh, do you think this would be a consideration? And I go, oh, good point. I hadn't thought about that. That's good feedback. And it's like way too early for what they're talking about, but they were right on the money. They just understood what I was doing well enough that they were perceptive enough to make a good suggestion early, you know? But how can someone know whether or not their suggestion's good? I don't know how to do that. And the thing is, all feedback is valuable. Like, my wife gives pretty terrible feedback. She's not very good at it at all. But it's still valuable when she gives it. Even if I don't like the format she gives it in, I still know how to do something with it because it was my job for like a number of years to do user testing. So I know what to do with that kind of feedback, even if it's, you know, hurtful or like not delivered very gracefully. I still know how to like interpret it correctly, or at least, you know, I know what the steps are to interpreting it correctly. It's very hard, this, because I want it to feel... I know exactly what I'm going for. I think I need it to be simpler. At the same time, I still need it to be obvious what it's doing. And very, like, directional. So did you have any feedback you were asking or hoping to give? No, I mean I'm very interested in what you were going to say. Even if you think better of it now. What were you going to say? Please tell me. Because I'm curious, because the fact that you even asked the question of what I was looking for was that's not a bad start. That's a good. I think it's just the difference between, you know, understanding, like when someone explains, when someone's working on something, like I'm here and I'm working on something that's going to be here, it might be here right now. And if you are looking at it here and going, oh no, it needs to be over here, it's still back over here. The question is really about respect. It's like, do you respect the person doing the thing enough to get on the same page as them so that there's nothing wrong with acknowledging that something is here and it needs to be over here. But if it's already going that way, it's like, you don't have to be negative about it. It's not a bad thing, you know? So it's like, oh, it's going to look really cool when it gets here. Or I'm really excited to see it if it does this. You know what I mean? Those are like positive words that speak to what you're expecting to see. But they're not critical words. Like there's a difference between remarking that something isn't finished and criticizing the creator for not knowing how to finish it, you know? Your level of visuals compared to the animations. Your visuals are beautiful and I get the impression the animations look not as polished. Really? You don't think this like run animations looks good? Or like these attacks? That doesn't look polished to you? Jump animation, crouching. I'm very curious to see what kind of animation you'd be looking to see that's more smooth than that. Oh yeah, I mean like this is work in progress, right? But is that not obvious? Like all the red frames, hang on. Hang on, it's very hard to pause the game midway through it. Hang on. Like when you see like this, isn't that clearly, you know, we're obviously not, I obviously didn't finish drawing that yet. But that's the point I guess I'm trying to make broadly. Like these animations take weeks, you know? So a lot of the time I have to prototype stuff. I have to put it in the game before I finish it because I need to test to see whether or not it's good. Like, does this attack work? Like, is an upward swing that does that spin, is that even the kind of animation he should be doing if the player presses the attack button while in the air, while holding up? Like, should there even be an up attack? I need to put something in the game to even test that. And if I was to finish that animation before putting it in the game, I'd be spending like 12 hours on something that I could test in 2 hours. So there's like 10 hours of animation work that just gets thrown out if it's wrong. You know? But that's, you know, that's fine. It's not like, maybe I get a bit too, I think sometimes even I forget that people don't understand some of this stuff. And it's not, I don't blame them for not understanding, but sometimes I do take it a bit personally. I shouldn't, but I do sometimes. Like people just, you know. I have this very, it's an ego thing where like, I really want people to like, trust that I know what I'm doing. And because I want to trust that I know what I'm doing. So I find myself like I take a lot of time independently, like personally, to validate what I'm doing. And then when someone tests me on it, I get very like enthusiastic about proving that I know what I'm doing. So it's not like, you know, I don't really need the validation of someone else agreeing with me about something. But at the same time, like, if I've already got the answer locked and loaded, like, sometimes it feels like, now's my chance to prove I know what I'm talking about. I can put you in your place kind of thing. Some of it's just the excitement of having thought about it already. And some of it's just, you know, responding personally to a comment, you know. I'm not perfect. It was Hyatt, Retrocade. I'm not, I can't break my NDA with Hyatt. That project, by the way, last week got canned from all the layoffs. All those guys that I worked with. Bye bye Hyatt. Yeah, it is one of those things, Rabbi Rucci. It's a bit tough because like I place aesthetics on such a high pedestal when it comes to the game. Like for me, one thing that I think about a lot actually is that there are way less pretty games than mine that are actually really good games and have an audience, and the audience doesn't really care that the game doesn't look very, very pretty. But I personally can't afford to take a chance on that. That's kind of, I don't know, that's how I sort of feel about it. Like maybe it's because the games that I grew up playing, like Japanese games, are all very polished. I don't know. It's a strange one. I don't really know how to get at this thing, but like a lot of indie games are kind of like pretty average looking. Even good looking indie games can be like comparatively kind of like eh. But the games that like inspired me as a kid, those are all like very, very polished. And I guess I hold myself to that standard because those are the games that those are the games I'm inspired by. So like, even from a pixel art perspective, like there aren't even that many pixel art games that I would say catch my attention in the way that I'm trying to with my game. It's like, especially not from my childhood. It's not like I was playing, you know, I don't even know, A Link to the Past, and like this doesn't meet that standard. Have I seen Agalos? Nope. Never even heard of it. Hey, daddies. Jesus, that's a terrible name. Why would you call yourself that, daddies? Yeah. I just feel like people judge, you know? So I think trying to get some of this verticality into this is going to help. I'm still very concerned. Hey, Festivity, thank you so much for the sub. I'm still very concerned that it's going to blend into the background like way too much. Like, God, where is it? It's gone. But we can do something with it, hopefully. I think the green, it's unfortunate that plants are green. And I don't really want to use a different color. I think I'm okay with the colors that I've chosen. So I'm just going to have to be more clear about how I use contrast. Hey, Siko, thank you so much for the sub. Siko, thank you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, the other thing that happens, just on the feedback question, one thing that happens a lot when you stream is you invite people to look at your game with a level of criticism that they might not even use when looking at games that they're playing. Like, you're sitting here watching me place the pixels. I guarantee you there are games that you think are so pretty that if you stopped and looked at them at this level of fidelity, you would see things that, you know, give you the ick or whatever. I guarantee it. It's just one of those things where you unfortunately, this work in progress stuff, it's easy to criticize. And there is a talent to being able to produce something that's pretty in a performative way like this. You know? Hype train! One sec. Oh, I just realized. I've missed something. A vital part of my stream. Shoot. My Twitch dashboard. Whew. Hey, I do not speak Spanish. No. No hablo español. Lo siento. Cool. Yeah, there's this thing where, like, even very, very, very good artists are not necessarily good at performing art, right? What I'm doing right now, I'm performing pixel art. So, like, whether or not it looks pretty 5 minutes in or 10 minutes in or 20 minutes in, there are ways of doing art that probably look prettier than others at more steps. Like, maybe I could have done it in a more, like, simple flowing way first, you know, just drawing, like, the more obvious stuff, and then, like, you know, whatever, like some way that was just easier to comprehend. Or I could have drawn this, like, doing one dot at a time until all the dots make up the final thing, you know, as an extreme example, you know. Maybe this would be less interesting to watch if I just did this until it resembled what I wanted it to look like. The point is that, like, you're watching the stream, and the stream is a performance. So you're watching me build something, and if it doesn't look good halfway through, that's not an indictment on whether or not it's going to look good. That's just a reflection of the fact that I'm streaming myself making it. And I think this is also something that a lot of artists, I do this with music, and I think a lot of people do it with pixel art when they're first learning, is they can't tell that it's okay for something to look like it's work in progress Like a lot of people, they start drawing stuff and they get frustrated that it doesn't look right after like 5 minutes. And then they go, I can't draw because it doesn't look right. But it's like, you didn't give yourself a chance to make it look right yet. You didn't even do it yet. Like, you got to give it a second. But you know, if you're like a super beginner, like you don't even know the steps to make it look right. So you start panicking. You're like, oh shit, it's starting to look wrong. And then you give up. If you're in that camp, like, you know, it's understandable why that happens, but you got to learn to like get past that. Tom, thank you so much for gifting those subs. 3 subs. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, trusting the process. Exactly. Man, I'm really struggling with this. I'm not struggling, but it's definitely not, it's just not giving what I was hoping for. I think the contrast is going to have to be a lot higher. It's just not giving. Like, I don't mind the shapes. I think they're okay, but I might need to scale it up. I'm going to just keep doing it until I get it right. And I'm okay with doing that. I'm okay with spending like the day doing that. Just so we're clear. You don't have to get it right first try. Hey Crick, thank you so much for those 5 gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. I think having it be monochrome will help the orb in the center stand out. And I think that doing it this way will help me, it'll be easier for me to make this a color that is more reflective of what the thing actually is. This almost looks like an anime character's hair upside down. Or like some sort of like Jesus figure. We blasphemous now. Hey, Crick. Oh, thank you so much. My next boss, exactly. Hey, Tom Millman, thank you so much. Thank you for the 4 gifted subs. Wow, you guys are killing it today. What is going on? Level 3 hype train. We're at 96%. Thank you, thank you. Zoidoid, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Level 4. We did it. Next up, Thor's record. Let's hit level 55, you guys. It should be easy, right? And 3000%? Jesus Christ. I am not expecting that of you. I'm very grateful for all of the contributions you guys give. Thank you so much. Don't ever think that I would expect that. That's kind of more interesting, isn't it? That's sort of providing some shock. Obviously it's not going to stay black, but the black does a few things. It makes it look like we're not supposed to be... It makes it look like it's not supposed to be here and that we have permission to attack it. A new record. Hey, I could do that voice. You want to hear it? And thank you so much for the sub. My name is Mike. And thank you so much for the sub, Hyen HKS. Hyen Hex. You're listening for
new record.
Something like that. Yeah.
New record.
Close. Record? Something like that.
Home run contest.
New record voice only? You want this? You want this for 5 minutes? All right. Street Fighter? No, that's Smash Brothers. Okay.
From now on, it's the Xander Mobus. Voice impression.
What do we want? Throw some things out and I'll say them.
Hufflepuff.
Hufflepuff.
Failure. Pee pee poo poo. Dark green. Why did she leave?
Hang on.
Why did she leave me? Wife over. Marriage over. Finish her. Finish her.
Oh, kill you want? That's the Halo. That's like Killionaire. Killtacular.
Killionaire.
Slayer.
Crippling addiction. Round 1. No contest. She has custody of the kids. Insignia. Sleeping on the couch tonight. Luigi. Emotional damage. The dark side. The dark side. New achievement. Achievement unlocked. New record.
There you go. That's a better one.
No, Mom. I refuse to brush my teeth, for I am too manly. Otacon. We need to get back to Shadow Moses.
Was that supposed to be? Is that a snake line? Because that's a different voice entirely. That's Otacon. We need to get back to Shadow Moses.
No, Mom.
Optimus? Optimus is different again. Optimus is,
I am Optimus Prime.
you know,
Autobots roll out. We are the Autobots. Peering out into the universe. Looking for signs of life. My bacon ain't cooked well. Bacon! What's shaken, bacon?
like a Smash Brothers character named Bacon.
Bacon!
A Tekken style game. The Tekken voice is like the king of Iron Fist tournament. At least that was it in 3, right? Tekken. Enter the Tekken. Pow, pow, pow. Tekken 3 was so good. I have pissed the bed. Duke Nukem's another one. He's different again. Slayer. I love the Halo announcer voice. Kill-tacular. Killing spree. No, it's like killing spree. Kilimanjaro. Kill-pocalypse. Killing spree. Killtrocity. Yeah. Oddball. Yeah. Capture the flag.
Ready? Go!
Cillian Murphy. That's so good. That sounds like he's in a movie. It sounds like Cillian Murphy's in the Halo movie. Appa? Oh, I don't know what Appa sounds like. Yeah, maybe white outline. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. It definitely needs to be... You know, there's this thing in video games where when something is a gameplay item, giving it a shader and making it move procedurally makes it feel more interactive than if it's hand painted. It's that thing from like Scooby-Doo where like the doors that are about to open in the animation are drawn differently from the doors that don't open because they were animated, so they've got like a different level of detail. It's like the same thing. If something's procedural, it's like, oh yeah, that's going to be interactive. Scooby-Doo, but in real life. Cortana. Oh no, Cortana says, we need to infiltrate the flood-infested headquarters. We'll need someone that can act to get behind enemy lines. Cillian Murphy. This summer. What's the thing? Get a load of this. What is it? Damn, son, where'd you find this? In a world. What did that guy sound like? In a world. He was like really deep. His name was Don LaFontaine. Don LaFontaine. It was like, in a world. No, it was so deep. In a world. And it was like gravelly. Arnold Schwarzenegger is... this Christmas. Yeah, I can't. I would have to listen to that voice. It's been a long time. In a world. It was like really, really down here. You know? Hard to do. And he almost had not a lisp, but like a lot of spit in his mouth, you know?
Put that cookie down.
Who's your daddy and what does he do?
In a world.
I don't think so.
In a world where one man spent 7 years making a video game, only to not be finished.
I've been doing this for so long. It's taking forever. Like they really ham up my accent. It's like the movie about Insignia being made. And it's played by like Robert Irwin.
He spent all his time doing voices.
Watch my impression of Lord of the Rings, guys.
Until the feds caught up.
I haven't filed any taxes because I haven't earned any money.
The IRS wanted in.
See you, Tom. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your help. The Big Lads Show? Maybe. Write a story about a world where only one person can make different voices.
In a world where all voices are Justin Roiland.
It's me! Hey everyone, it's me! I'm making a video game!
Shut up!
I can't believe we all have the same voice! No, how does... Sorry, that was more of a Marty McFly than a Morty. Oh jeez! How come we all sound the same?
Shut up!
My wife requested Cookie Monster. Jesus. Alright. What does Cookie Monster sound like?
We love cookie. Nom 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 nom. In a world where every character is Jack Black wearing a different wig. Nom 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 nom.
What is he? I don't even know what he sounds like. What are some things he says other than
Me love cookie. Nom 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 nom.
it's literally Yoda?
Cookie me love. Nom 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 nom.
That almost sounds like a Grover. What's his name?
Cookie Monster.
Isn't that more like what he sounds like?
C is for
What
cookie.
starts with the letter C? Cookie starts with C. Let's think of other things that starts with C.
Let's think of other things that starts with C.
Who cares about the other things? C is for cookie, that's good enough for me.
C is for cookie. That's good enough for me.
C is for cookie, that's good enough for me. C is for cookie, that's good enough for me. Oh, cookie, cookie, cookie starts with C.
Cookie, cookie, cookie starts with C.
Okay.
You got what you wanted. Got what you wanted, you have.
All right. Jesus Christ. You guys are going to kill me. Now do an Elmo voice? I'll spare you my Elmo. I'll spare you him. That, I feel like, would be one step too far. Fry his vocal cords. Destroy them! Oh. I don't think I can even... I don't even know if I've got an Elmo anymore. The vocal cords know where to go, but I don't know if it's going to come out. That's a nice bait, fixing it. You know I can, though. I think you know that I can do a Marge. But not today. Not unless it gets redeemed. That's what we've got the points for, you guys. We have the points for this reason. All right. Is this a little too... I mean, look, it definitely stands out. I can see it, that's for sure. It's super clear what it is, I guess. Or not what it is, but it's super clear that it is a thing that exists in the level. Definitely not confused about its existence. Like this one is a little too... not sure. Although, what happens if we put it on a really dark background? Bad. It could have been a lot worse. I think we just want a bit more contrast, just so that we can have it. It's good to test things against different colored backgrounds. That's how you kind of nail this stuff.
Cookie, cookie, cookie starts with C.
So I call this a mourn fruit. Like it's mourning. Like it's sad. Because the thing died, you know? It's looking a little small compared to the thing that I was doing just now. Did I make it too small? No, I think that's... I think that's mostly right. Chicken? Would a slight edge light on the left be bad? Edge light on the left. My biggest concern with it is that it feels like it's quite loud in the scene. Like it should be loud. Maybe the top face that curls over should have light on the top so that it's a bit less, I don't know, just so that it stands out more clearly. Or even like an outline. Is that what you mean? Having a little bit of trouble picturing it. I think it needs to be... I think I haven't quite got it yet. I think it needs to be bigger and blockier and go down into the level more. So we shuffle it along and we do one more. I don't know. It really doesn't fit in with the world very much, which I am concerned about. I'm not ignorant of it. Is there another way we could think about this? I did make it on a sprite, that's right. See you fixing it. Oh, may I use your voice impression clips? Use them for what? What would you use them for? So alternatively, rather than making it so big that it fits the whole thing inside of it, we could make it locked down and small so that you have to sort of like prod at it as in a specific way. That's interesting. I was thinking more like one of like a big succulent is what I was going for. Like this kind of thing. Let's just shuffle it along. I still like this lotusy thing. It could also just be like something smaller and just like a bit more of like it's armored, like it's locked up. Yeah, I think you might be right. Maybe we give it some like I almost feel like it could be something where we make it almost more of like icon related more so than like it still needs to depict something and it needs to live in the scene, but I almost feel like we could make it be something that, you know, like in Celeste, you know, where you see those diamond things. They're just there. You know, they just live there and they have their own little thing. Or like the keys. They're just these like keys. Did I make my Twitch overlay? I did. See you fixing it. Games I'm making. Probably not. I think we'd need to talk about that. Like maybe it needs to be a bit more standalone as an object. This is tough. I won't lie. I'm struggling a little bit. I think it needs to be more... How do I put this? I'm just gonna get rid of this or like move it out. It's a bit just in the way right now. Like, I either give them a color scheme that makes them live in the environment that they're in, or I give them a color scheme that makes them stand out so much that they almost feel like their own symbolic game element. Hey, Squiggly. So you're talking about this thing. Yeah, I don't mind this idea where you have it sitting there and you have to break it out. But the problem is that you can't... this design only works if it's like a thing that shatters when you attack it, rather than a thing that needs to be attacked from a specific direction. Also, this size now probably doesn't really fit because they're about this big. So like, they fit exactly in there, which is a little bit, like this is an example of one. In fact, it might not even fit there anymore. Yeah. So they need to be, if they're going to contain the design inside of them, then they need to be quite a lot bigger. But if the design's going to just sit on top, like this, when you approach, that works for me a lot better. Because I can make this do whatever I want it to do. I can make it, you know, animate up and hover. I can make it wave. You know, I can make it do a bunch of stuff that otherwise I couldn't. Hey, Mr. MD Rogers. Mr. MD Rogers? Miss Murmured Rogers, thank you so much for the sub. They are going to be... I think I want them to be attached to surfaces. I think that's the best way to do it. I'm literally tossing that up in my mind as we speak today. I'm sort of having an internal conversation in my head about it. I think so. I think so. I haven't validated that from a design perspective yet, so it's an assumption that I'm making. Well, they need to spawn where the enemies died. So if they're going to be like crystallized mana, the mana has to sort of. It's a few things. Maybe I should draw it up like design documentation so you guys can see. So it needs to appear where an enemy died. It needs to be only attackable from one direction. It needs to contain the visual marker for an ensign. It needs to look attackable. And it needs to be relatively recent. That's kind of the idea. So like something sprouting where the enemy died. I feel like that works. But this is the thing, Camacho. If we give it depth, we lose the directionality. So the point is that they're supposed to have like... There's supposed to be like a shape, and this shape will have an opening or a weak spot in one direction. So like you can attack this one from above, you can attack this one from the left, you can attack this one from the right or whatever. You can attack this one from below. If I start to give it perspective, I feel like I might lose that. If I start to make it like, because I can do that. I mean, I'd love to make this feel like it was a bit more like coming towards us and give it a bit of a depth of that backside, right? And then like, you know, show what's happening up here, make it sort of tilt towards us, you know, show inside a little bit. I just don't know if that subtracts from that idea of like, you attack this by stabbing down into it. That's why I'm trying to keep it quite, you know, straight up and down. But maybe that's a sign that it's just not right. No, I wouldn't be drawing a plant that looks like the ensign. That's too complicated, I think. Because the form and feature of the plant is that it can contain any ensign. So it's not supposed to look like one, because then I have to draw 16 plants. It just needs to be a vessel that opens in one direction. That's it. But I guess it's not a particularly intuitive thing, because like the place where my brain should be, so there's the lore reason why it's a plant, but then there's the intuition perspective of like, what would a player want to stab with this sword? You know what I mean? Like what looks like you can burst a balloon, you know what I mean? Like if it had like a red balloon on the top, you know? But like that's just so goofy. You know, like it's just not, it's not right, you know, for the vibe of what we're doing. Could you have the leaves opening to the direction? But that's what it is. These leaves, they open out so that if you attack from the top, that's how you get into it, you know? corpse flower. Yeah. I mean, we're kind of already in that zone. I could make this sort of, I mean, if we make it already have bloomed, but we make it go up like this, more like a trumpet. But that looks like now I feel like you can jump on it, which I'd be very careful about. Hey, Shivam. Yeah, I mean that's true. You can attack plants from the side. But that's why the idea of it being like this black thing, I feel like worked to an extent because it's like it looks really rough. Unless I make it like steel. I mean, I could just go for something completely artificial. I know I said that was kind of weird and not on brand. Like where would this thing come from? But like we could just go totally just functional and just make it just look like what it needs to do, and then we'll make a lore explanation later. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of similar. Like they're just opening out at the top kind of thing. Like there's like a pod. Oh, it looks like it spins. I'm just thinking, in fiction, let's think about swords and where they go. You know what I mean? Maybe it's like... What do you thrust a sword into? And I don't want any dirty suggestions here. I'm watching you. Swords go in stones sometimes. Scabbards. Guts. Ponds. Like it's almost like it's almost like a key. And a keyhole. Like it might need to be like a contraption that looks exactly like a sword could go in it. Yeah. The sword goes in the sword hole. Yeah, it's kind of weird. There's not really an equivalent, is there? Like a sack of hay. You know what I mean? Well, that's the thing. Like the sword in the stone is probably the closest, best thing. So like maybe it's more like... Maybe it's not a plant at all. Let's just make something that looks as stabbable as possible. It looks like a butt. It looks like a butt. Sword goes in the bumhole. Hmm. I mean, it could be like a fruit. But we're back where we started now, I think. That's very Mario Brothers 3, actually. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, like a shell, like a nut. Like a Deku nut. Yeah, pistachio kind of thing. I said Deku nut rather than pistachio. A pistache. This artist, man, get out of here. I hate all your tracks. I know when I hear them and I hate all of them. You AI generated nonsense. I can't stand it. Swords, nut. It makes perfect sense, you guys. Stabma. Do you know Stabma? I'm voting for him next election. Contrast is very high. My eyes are having a really hard time looking at the screen right now. I think it might be me. I think I might need a break. Is there anything that's not a nut that you would think should replace this? Like something similar to a nut that's not a nut? Because a nut is cool, but it also is so specific. Like a nut? Why a nut? It's not a nut. It's a coconut. Something not organic? I mean, I don't know. Is there anything that's like armored? Like an egg? I don't know. I mean, a nut is probably the closest thing, right? Like that's... We solved it, but I don't like our solution. I'll stab this nut. I'll take a potato chip. The nut is just so innocent. It's so humble. It's just a nut. Mushroom? No, mushroom's too straightforward. It's too, you can hit that from any direction. It doesn't have any, it's not a little puzzle in a thing. Jack-o'-lantern. Yeah. Make the nut look more suspicious. I feel like most of you aren't on the same page as me in terms of like why a nut is weird and what I would want different. Like something, I don't know. It's like the nut has the perfect combination of being something that we break open and that breaks open from one exact direction. That's what makes the nut good. What makes the nut bad is the fact that it's in the lore of the game. Why are there nuts? You know, and then like it's just like a brown. It just like it feels so in world. It doesn't feel like off world or like spectral or magical. It's just like it's a nut, you know. There's nothing really fantastical about a nut. But I like it conceptually. like a plant has more of a, I don't know, like, because weeds grow everywhere, you know, plants just grow. They'll just figure it out. A nut really feels like, I don't know. Maybe it's fine. No, ignore the farm. This could be anywhere in the game. This needs to be somewhere you could see in a snowfield or in a volcano. It could be anything. Ignore the farm. The game doesn't take place on a farm. Farm's just a place that you can go. I know that makes it a bit more complicated. What if we just go completely left field and it's just a floating orb that can only be attacked from one side? Just yeah. You're coming with me. All right, I'm gonna take a break. My eyes are killing me here. See you in a bit. Wow. Sorry. Okay, let me rewind that. So we've been drawing plants, including a nut. And the idea is for when enemies die, the nut or plant or whatever holds the spirit energy. It captures the spirit energy of the thing and grows around it. And you have to attack that thing to recover the power that the enemy dropped, basically. It's just like an item that you can attack, like the equivalent of a chest for when you lose the ability that an enemy has, whatever, created. So there's an enemy over here that uses a green power, an enemy over here that uses a green power. You kill both. You can only pick up one at a time. So whenever you take one, this thing needs to spawn where the other one, where the other enemy was, such that you can go over and attack that to get that power back if you want it. And we were trying to make it organic. So here it's like, oh, like it's like sitting in this like a flower has bloomed and like it's there, or something like that. But I think that might be just too much. And it's every time we tried to make it fit in the world, it kind of felt like it. Yeah, that's basically it, Squiggly. It's basically right now maybe just like a steel envelope, just like a metallic thing that's just sort of floating in space. That you attack. It's just like an ingot of magic. I don't know, that's how you can think about it. Stone mask? It needs to be something that can only be attacked from one direction. That's the challenge here. It needs to be specifically like, I can attack this from atop, from above, or from below, or whatever. A mask, you could kind of just shatter. An eye is a bit too demonic, I think. It puts us in like Zelda territory, like Goma, the boss. It's not really that kind of thing. It's not evil. A fortune cookie. That's right. The cracks can only be on one side. Oh. Hey Game Dizzy, we're not really making a nut anymore. So we're sort of beyond that at this point. Maybe something more obviously directional, like this. It's almost like the 4 buttons on the controller. When you attack it, it's gonna go gong in like one direction. Salve. Hi. Sorry, I don't understand Spanish. I think that's Spanish. Trabalho? That could even be like Portuguese. Probably Portuguese. Português. Olá. Yeah, like I think if it's sitting here, if it's floating, I'm making a magical nature-based bop it. Something like that, yeah. Canadian. Oh, for sure. Let's take a second, to figure that out. So, like, basically for the next, like, 5 minutes or so, we're gonna be talking like this, right? Talking like this, eh? You left your mom's in the hood. Bro, if you did that. I can't remember what the rest of the line is. Yeah, the link's bad right now. We're not quite there yet. Website's kind of down at the moment. But don't worry about it too much. That's just the way it is, eh? Just bear with me, won't ya? How's that looking? Like 4 rocks? I feel like I kind of get it. You know, if you attack it from like the wrong direction, it might like reverberate. Adam, do your run cycles need to contain to the same bounding box as your idle sprite? Honestly, Northern Irish? Oozing into Northern Irish territory. The bounding box, I mean, in my... I'll do a Peterson impression instead. It's a little easier to stay on accent when I'm impersonating someone with a specific accent in mind. So the question was, does this need to stay in the same bounding box? Basically, whatever bounding box you set for your character, it's arbitrary. Okay, you can do whatever you want with it. So, what exactly is the bounding box? That's the question. Is it the pixels that the character occupies, or is it the entire canvas? If it's the canvas, then you can do whatever you want, as long as the canvas is big enough. That's the way you should think about it. Make of yourself whatever your canvas allows. I hope that made sense. Basically, no, you can do what you want. As long as the pivot point's the same. You can make the bounding box whatever. Clean your canvas. Man. It's like, no. Clean your canvas. Jeez. As a game dev, I struggle a lot with art. Spontaneous crying. Specifically, when I look at my art, I think it's bad or missing something. I can't really identify what needs improvement. How do you identify this? Look at art from games that you like and compare your work to their work and try to understand the visual techniques, the rules that they use to achieve what they're doing right, and compare what you're doing to that and see if you use the same kinds of techniques, if you're applying the same logic. If your favorite games are too advanced, try a simpler game that has a similar style, something closer to your game, even if it's not your favorite. If it's effective, that's all you really need to do. Just look at other work that's effective. It's doing a better job at what you're trying to do than what you're doing. Okay. So if we do this, let's just come back for a second. Grab this. Can we work this into this equation? We could probably make it... We could probably do something. We take this and then we put these rocks like either side of it. Make them bigger. What I like about this design is that it serves a really clear gameplay function, which is it says not below, not to the left, not to the right, and then it lets your brain go, what about on top? That's good. That's the kind of thing that I want you to think when you look at it. Like you can kind of like piece it together, what it's asking of you. No worries, games. Yeah, I mean, if the idea of coming back to the plant motif, I feel like the floating rocks thing is kind of like, it does the job it needs to do of being sufficiently abstract while still being grounded in the level. And it also justifies it floating, you know, like if it doesn't, we were having the conversation earlier. Sorry, God. We were having the conversation earlier about whether or not it needs to be grounded. And I was saying, well, I want it to be a plant, and I assume that it kind of can be grounded, and maybe it'll not need to have to levitate. But this way, if an enemy is like an airborne enemy and they die, I could just leave this exactly where that enemy used to fly, and it'll still work. So I'm actually, if I could make it airborne, I will keep it airborne. Yeah, the character has an upstab. And it probably should float more. That's right. I'll have to give them an offset so that there's like a point where the enemy died, and then these things spawn in relative to that point a little bit further down, or a little bit further up, or a little bit to the right or to the left or whatever. Maybe the left or right doesn't matter, but yes, that's the idea. What if the enemy died near the ceiling? I haven't yet decided what the protocol will be in the game. Whether or not I spawn it exactly where the enemy spawned, or spawn it where they died, or spawn it at the nearest ground point where they died. It just needs to be somewhere accessible to the player that's not too crazy and not too far from where the action happened. You just need to be able to find that position and attack near it, whatever it is. So there might have to be some fallbacks, sure. But I could even see these starting as something that's much closer together, and they kind of like whoop, open up a little bit as you approach. They like react to you. So they could have, this could be like not there at all at the start. And this could all be kind of packed in. Yeah, into like something that's a shape. Whatever. And then as you approach, it kind of goes, you know? As you approach, and they show the end sign. The only reason it's rocks, just reflecting back on the choice that we made, the only reason that it's rocks is because rocks, if there's anything that's going to stop a sword that you don't want to attack, it's rocks. You don't want to hit stone. So the idea that there's like an area where you could attack, you could go so far as to even add like a little halo in the direction you want the sword to go in or something like that. But the idea that like, oh, I can't attack that because I don't want to ruin the sword, that feels good. It doesn't quite have the positive feedback yet. We'll get there. The only thing about this, if I had to poke a hole in it, the only thing that I don't like, which is kind of important, is that in the demo, I want for the abilities to be discoverable in the level. So I was hoping to make an object that you could attack to get the ability before you learn that enemies can have the abilities inside of them. So like, it's like, oh, these flowers appear here. Every time there's a flower, I can attack it and I can get an ability. I show you like 2 or 3 rooms of that, and then the next room, it's inside of an enemy. This, if the thing that the enemy's ability turns into is the same thing as a thing that I can just spawn in the level as like part of the environment, then it's like you don't have to reason about why it exists in the first place. Whereas this, if you kill an enemy and this appears, it's like, oh, okay, whatever, magic. If this is just there in the level, it's like, who's casting this magic? Why is this here? Yeah, that's the only thing. Like, for this to just be here, it doesn't super... I don't know. Especially because, oh man, this is where it gets so tricky. It's this design decision. I'm spending all day on this. It's so tricky because the thing is, the player at this point, and I wrote this down. Oh, this is really annoying. So Armin gets the sword. He discovers a place where magic exists around the same time, or these things need to happen. He may not have to unlock new abilities yet. We can sort of like cheat to give him one. He needs to learn a power. The power needs to be tested, and then a boss needs to be fought. Okay. within that, there's also the idea that if power is like inside of this, it's like capture power, use power, reclaim power, or something like that. This process, if you don't know about directional attacks, and I'm just teaching you about the powers, now you're going to run up to this, you're going to attack it, the sword's going to go clang, and you're going to go, I guess I can't attack this, and keep walking. So the directional attacks are kind of critical. The idea that like this is a thing that you want to attack. Like originally we were thinking of having it be almost like when we were talking about the spiders being part of this, I was even thinking about it being like a nest, like something that's like a mound, and there's like something down there with like a light casting out. You know, and you walk up to it and you stab down into there. Or like even something that's got like a cushiony kind of like a, yeah, something that's like alive, that's like beating or pulsing, surrounded by rocks in the floor. You know, like spider eggs or something. Like you want to stab that. It's like yucky spiders, stab it, and it's down. So it makes sense that like you're attacking here and nothing happens. So you go, oh, I'll just press down and attack, and then you stab down directly into it, and then something happens. The only thing then is that this has no bearing on the enemies. Maybe I just need to give something up. I think I'm just trying to kill like 7 birds with 1 stone here, and it's not gonna hit any of them. It's just gonna whiz by all the birds. The idea that like the thing is below you, so you should press down to attack it, that is more powerful than this. This is, oh, I guess I can't attack it from left. I guess I can't attack it from down. I guess I can't attack it from the other side. That doesn't say attack down. It just says not the first thing you tried, which is a little more cryptic, especially for a beginner, for an early, like a tutorial space. This is nice. I like it a lot. It might not be good enough. So maybe it's like literally a crack in the ground. But now it needs to be something that you would want to stab down at, which is again difficult. We were talking earlier about like why would you stab down at this? It's so hard, man. maybe I'm just like fried in the brain. Maybe I just don't get this, or I've been staring at it too long. I might need to just like workshop it a little more. It seems absurd what we're talking about now. I feel like I've like lost touch with reality. It can be explained to the player, but I want it to be explainable in a way that's not so... Like, this is the thing. My game is a fantasy game, right? And even though it's a fantasy game that is a video game, even though it's a video game, I want the player to... I don't want to have to break the fourth wall with the game elements quite so often. Like, there is an internal logic of how the world works that I want to be something that the characters in the world understand. Not just that, oh, pick up the power up to do powers. You know what I mean? That's just how I feel about it. I know that that's a very personal explanation. And not everyone needs to abide by that standard. It's just a personal thing. It's got nothing to do with like the way it needs to be. It's just that I've set this standard where I want it to make sense a certain way. Yeah, I think so too. I think it's really important. Because some of this stuff, like the explicitness of this thing, like this symbol, I've got a few different points in the game, like iterations of this system. When you like attack an enemy, let me show you something. It's a really tough balancing act, and I think it's gonna be the difference between this game like being noisy and confusing and being really cool. So like, let's say we attack this guy. See the power that came out, like the magic that came out? Check this out. When we attack this guy, see this? How it like passed from him to us, and then we see the power that we got. Previously, the power was the thing that traveled through the air, right? It was like the entire symbol would go boo and hit you into the, like hit the player. I could still make it do that, but I felt like on screen following, having that move on screen from A to B was just too loud. It just seemed like it just like captured way too much attention. Whereas having a smaller gem that's the same color as the power that you're getting is less intrusive, still communicates the travel, and then on impact it shows you the power. It's that kind of level of like when and where is the right time and place to show X, Y, or Z. That's what we're dealing with here. It's like, how explicit is this symbology supposed to be in the game? Like, is it everywhere? Is it obvious? Is it in your face, loud? Does it need to be? Or is it subtle? Is it like something that's just like living in the world that you kind of like, you know, learn to interact with? you know? Without this, yeah, this means nothing to me. This is just like a gas leak. Even with it, it's like, I don't really know if that says what I want it to say. So, yeah, it's like, and then it's the question of like, this is really important, right? Do you know why this doesn't work for me? I just realized it. There was something about this that I was talking about having something that you can hit from the top. The thing is, this is an icon. You don't hit the icon in the game. The icon is something that is on the player facing layer that's passing over, you know, maybe the character can see it, Armin can see it, but he doesn't hit it. So it doesn't look hittable. It looks black, it looks flat, but it looks flat for a reason. It's supposed to look flat. So in a sense, that's, I guess, why I mean, this is kind of interesting, this idea of it being like a glass casing around the symbol. That's kind of an interesting idea. Maybe we would need to give this sort of like a shiny effect or like a crystally, you know, something, you know, to make it more like that looks more hittable. Even just that, you know, the idea that there's like glass to be broken works better than not having it. So it's that kind of level of, you know, it's UX inside of the gameplay. I like the dark green plant that holds the magic gem. Yeah, that's the one we spent the most time on, this one here. Look, I won't say I don't like it. I spent a lot of time on it because I liked it. This idea of it sort of sitting there. It's like, because there's a thing that you want and it's wrapped around a thing that you can't touch. I like that too. I think maybe it's a little bit too, maybe it's too organic. Maybe if it's just that. That's a lot closer to what we've got now. It's interesting that we're arriving at whatever this is just by exploring forms, not even thinking about it looks like little eggs, not even thinking about perception. Like, do you know what I mean? It's not like, it's like, it doesn't need to be, it's almost like by dancing around all the different shapes, eventually you're going to run into a shape that works. I don't know. Because this is very similar to this. In terms of like, it's dark, it's kind of green, it's kind of reflective. It's covering three sides of the thing. Yeah, this, I like the directionality too. I agree with you. If I remove this, we actually had something before. We had this. Remember? Maybe we just come back to this. Where it's just, you know, that's the thing that I want. And it happens to be covered by things that I can't hit. A gem does feel like, especially when it's in the world like this, it does feel a bit more like something you can attack. To get. And I like the idea of putting the gem in the direction that you are, that it wants you to attack. rather than having the gem be encased on 3 sides, it's like, no, the gem is the top side. It's like there's up, down, left, and, well, it's left, right, down, and the gem is the up. You know? You put it up here. And then you can make this one more of like just a blocky, rocky thing. A blocky rock. Yeah, I mean, like we gotta be careful with it. Yeah, that's a nice idea too. The idea that, hang on. I don't know what's just happened there, but it doesn't matter anymore. The idea that the gem itself just sits there. And these rocks don't even exist. It sits where, like it's just like a thing. Oh, I want that. And then as you approach it, it goes, and they kind of come up to protect it. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually really cool. I like that idea a lot. Realistic / oil painting pixel art. Stray away from outlines. Like this kind of stuff. If this is what you mean by like oil painting or whatever, do a lot of flat colors and then a lot of like blending. So outlines scream like video game, but if you're thinking in terms of light values, like volumes, you know, where the light is hitting, where it's not, that's way more gonna give you the perception of like oil painting, because a lot of like classical art, that's how it's considered, right? Like when we're plotting down colors, we're thinking about lights and shadows. We're not thinking about lines and like a pen, you know what I mean? It's not anime, it's not manga. Look at this, right? It's just colors, blop, 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 that express light and shapes. So that's kind of what this is, this kind of stuff here. It's like, where is the light falling? Even this, I'm thinking about where the light is, not what the shape is. I'm not drawing a shape and then coloring it in. I'm blocking in a volume and I'm giving it volume with light. What about tile sets? I mean, it's the same concept either way. It doesn't really matter what you're doing it for. At some point, because it's pixel art, you got to think about where the pixels go. Like there will be pixel details that you have to, you know, think about. Maybe in this case, like the gem drops down. Maybe not quite like this. You would think it would want to rise up. Let's just try the same concept with like a red gem. Just to make sure we're not making something that is incompatible with itself. Whatever. And then this. I mean, it would be yellow actually, not red. Let's just assume red was up, just for argument's sake. Would it be good if the side rock plate grew to protect the side that can't be hit? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Oh, you mean physically get bigger? Yeah, so in this case, that is the issue of like, if we were to do it this way, let's not make it move, but if we were to do it this way, where we have it like materialize around them, then yeah, the fact that where does this come into it? Where do we see this thing? Like, does it appear above? Does it appear behind? Through? It's a bit... That's the only thing. The only other thing that I haven't really explored. So, question, do we need to know the ability? Maybe. It might be helpful. It probably would be helpful. That's the first thing. Second thing is this. Maybe it's worth creating a smaller version of this. How big is this? Like, if it's 16 icons and it's just 16 icons, you know, whatever. Let's do the 16 and move on with our lives. If that's all it is, you know. Like, if you can interpret this as being that, you know, I'm kind of okay with it. At which point I could replace, you know, now we could do something closer to that. But it would need to be, I feel like we're straying into some difficult territory here. The outline is just, it's just a little bit. I hate it. Yeah. Unless we don't do this and we just have this be something that sort of appears in like a halo-y, wavery way. You know, in the back. You know? Like light reflecting or something. Just like a hologram thing. Every so often. Because it looks like it's made of light. And we already decided that this is a UI element. So we don't want to make it be something that we think that we want to hit, because it doesn't make sense if it's sometimes part of the UI and sometimes part of the world. Also, this is something that's kind of like only Armin can really see these things. So that doubles if it has sort of a more translucent effect to it. We can think of it as like, we, the players, can see it because he can see it, but nobody else can see it. It's like an apparition. Maybe. I don't know. So then, like, while this is on its own, it just has to look like this, I guess. And maybe have some, like, wispy bits around it. I've been seriously considering taking my my effects, my VFX, and making them more pixel, like hand drawn. Some of them anyway. Like, I think something like this that's just like hanging in the air feels right in a video game. You know, this is the kind of thing where I feel fine with this being like a UI element. Sort of like souls in Dark Souls, or the items in like Final Fantasy. In those games, like, you know, there's just like these little beacons of light that sort of hang in the air. If this is just that, that's fine. For me, that's fine. It's not too intrusive. It's sort of just a wisp. Like the will o' the wisp, you know? I'm totally okay with that. Yeah. It's just like a, you know, it's just like a shiny thing in the world, you know? I don't know if it would have this on it, but you know what I mean. Hello, Carlos. Having it dodge might be... The reason why I don't like that is because it makes it sound like... it doesn't like you. And there's nothing about it that tells you which way you should be attacking if it dodges. Whereas the armor is very clear about like, and maybe it's not right yet, but this says, hey, it already gives you a warning. You can't attack this way. You know, maybe we have it just hang when it's... no, it's better this way. I just feel like there was... Let me like... I'm so sorry. I just want to say... Oh, first thing. Gosh, guys. I don't know what's happening with me today. My words are so stuck. First thing, thank you so much to Swizz, Big Sweaty Yeti, and Help Me Oprah Cruz for your subscriptions. Thank you so much. Second, all this conversation today started way back yesterday when I was thinking of making the hedgehogs be enemies that can that demonstrate this ability, right? So this ability is really cool, and it's fine to put in the game, whatever. The thing that I was contemplating was making an enemy way back yesterday, was making an enemy that only has one hit point and is a shape that's very obviously like, you know, square and sort of, you know, boxy or simple. That's basically just something that you attack to get the ability. It's just like a piñata. And the idea for that would be something like the player can get into the rhythm of attacking the things to get the abilities. So well, I'm not trying to be very clear in my speech right now. Sometimes I'm in a different gear right now. I'm in like ideation gear and my brain is moving too fast for my mouth, or vice versa. If I try to calm it down and speak clearly, that's something that I can do. It's just a different mode that I enter to be more of a presenter. It's a different thing, but I can do it. So I'm just excited. That's the problem. These kinds of problems, like my brain will tick on this thing for like the next 3 days. So I think that we've come up with a few different values here for the player. One of the values that we have, I know it is a bit weird, right? You can tell when I go, it is different. Like when I'm speaking to chat, I'm looking at chat. When I'm speaking to you or at YouTube, let's do that for a bit. Let's speak to you. So one of the things that I like to think about when I'm doing any kind of design, particularly game design, is this idea of competing values, right? These are things that you've decided that as a designer are important to you, and whether or not these things need to be coinciding in the same design decision, or if they deserve to be separate things. Typically, the thing that I like to anchor on when it comes to understanding things like this is whether or not the things are dependent on each other. That's really important. And then whether the concerns themselves, if they aren't dependent or if they are dependent, whether the concerns that they represent are competing or whether they're cooperating. So in this case, I have two separate concerns. One concern is I want for players to, in a very ludic and enjoyable way, pick up this system. I want them to be able to attack stuff and get rewarded for it. That's the first thing. And I want this to be done in a way that's detached from the more combat-centric ability acquisition later on in the game flow. So, simple, easy to learn, fun, no tension, right? No complication. That's one thing. On the flip side, there are also things that I want to teach the player and enforce for the player. I want the player to understand that abilities have directionality, that enemies have abilities, and that enemies can be parried in the direction that the ability relates to in order to steal that ability. That lesson may not be something that I can bundle up into this thing about fun, light onboarding, right? These might be competing concerns, right? They're trying to do two separate and in fact opposing things. One is to teach and enforce, and the other one is to like give space for play and to kind of like almost like teach by osmosis. You know, you just sort of creating an atmosphere where they pick up the right behavior because the environment kind of thrusts them forward into it. So I think that the reason why this is so hard to design is because whenever it's like a tablecloth that's too small for the table. I'm pulling and pushing in one way, and then I'm noticing that there's a bare spot on the other side, and then I move it over to that side. So in this case, it's the wanting for this thing to be a physical object in the space that feels like it belongs in the world. Then there is having it be an ethereal kind of remnant of an enemy. So even binding it to an enemy versus having it be an environmental object, those two things are at odds with each other to some extent. And in a world where, you know, it's a fantasy, if the game lore established some idea that like enemies turn into plants when they die, then we could bridge that gap. But without doing that, it does feel, I think, a little bit of an odd juxtaposition to be trying to balance this idea of fun things in the environment that you can attack, like boxes and plants and chests and crystals that happen to be floating. That's kind of like an item concept versus enemies. I think the challenge that I have in front of me is balancing the two, because inanimate objects are a really, really, really good opportunity to give the player a low stakes space to hit stuff. And I want them to hit stuff. It's really, really important. But also there's this extra layer of combat where the enemies hit back and they need to graduate from things that can be hit easily to things that hit back and need to be hit a specific way. That is something that I may have to balance over the 15 minutes of whatever gameplay. That in the first 5 minutes or 10 minutes, it just needs to wait. It just needs to be two separate design ideas. One gets presented once, and then you get the next bit later. So then in this case, the gem, right? This thing here, this thing, and this thing, or whatever these things are, don't have to be one-to-one. They don't have to be. It would be nice if they were, but they don't have to be the same object. That's, I guess, the takeaway from today. It just means that, and because they don't have to be the same object, if we make that decision that like these don't have to be the same, now I can make them serve the concern that they most relate to. So I can make the thing look like it's more fun to hit without worrying too much about directionality. And then when there is directionality and there is this enemy remnant thing, I could probably, you know, figure out a more interesting way to, or more suitable way to display it there. I think that's the way that we solve this problem. It's really important to me that I'm able to do this at the end of the day, because there will be times when I'm if I want to be the director of this game, not just the developer, I need to be able to give feedback to people. And getting unstuck from spaces is really important, I think. Being able to say, hey, let's just zoom out a little bit and think about what's important and how to address that. That's a skill that I want to be able to have. So I think tomorrow, we've learned our lesson here. We're going to take a step back. Hey, Ebuchadnezzar. That's so mean. You're rubbing it in my face. I want to go snowboarding. Yeah, I think we just in the tutorial, I mean, we could even have it be 3 different things. We could have it be like object that gives ability when attacked. Object that only gives ability when attacked a specific way. We could even have mechanism object or mechanism that only reacts when in a specific state and attacked in a specific way. And then finally an enemy which only reacts. Wow, look at your hair. So pretty. You feel pretty? Very nice. Wow. So blonde. Hi. Are you heating up? You ready? Yep. She got her hair done. Enemy only reacts when counter attacked. So like specific state from a specific direction. These are the steps that I want to take the player on. And today I was hoping to compress them down, but I think that I probably can't get around that. I think I'm stuck. I think I'm stuck making at least 3 different things. Like this is the Hunden and the Froggen. These are enemies that you steal the power by counterattacking. This is just like a plant, a bulb, you know, just a thing. This is the plant that's got armor around it. And then this is something I haven't figured out yet, but I'm interested in it. This could be a simple enemy. This could be like low level enemies that just do one thing over and over again. They just toggle between 2 different states. And one of them you can attack them in and one of them you can't. And anytime that you attack them, it has to be, you know, the way that the ability is sorted to. I had this idea of like, check this out. I had this idea of like a pulley, just like a thing that's going around a, you know, like a whatever, like a gear. And the idea was like, it goes like up, 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 up. So it goes down, 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 and then springs up. And then goes down, 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 and springs up. And when it springs, that's when you have to do the down attack. You have to like jump up and then like slash down at it when it comes up. So it could even be like flip and then like flip. So like it's kind of like it's a mechanism. And I was thinking, like, could this be an enemy? Could the enemy be operating the mechanism? Or could the mechanism literally be the enemy? Because the concept is more... When prototyping a game, you typically want to design fun things and then give them an appearance and make them fit in the world. as opposed to trying to make up a bunch of stuff that fits in the world and then making it fun. It's too hard. Like if I decided this is a mouse, it's like, okay, but how do you make the mouse behave this way? Like they compress and they jump. Like what? That looks more like a spring, and then now that should be better as a snake. And I end up doing that a lot, where it's like, why don't I make this a snake? Because snakes are so floppy and like versatile, you can make them into any shape. But that's not good game design, or at least not good world design. So it's like, I don't have a thing that meets this shape in Insignia yet, where it's like, it's not going to hurt you, but you need to interact with it in a specific way with combat. That's the thing. It's like you have to attack this thing, you have to strike it in a specific way at a specific time. That's the bridge between like objects and enemies in the game, like mechanisms. And if these things have like platforming implications, like, ooh, that's even better. Like it's so, I know that's the bridge. I just have to figure out a way to do it that fits into the world. So we were even thinking about like, you know, yesterday we were drawing these walls. These wooden plank walls like this. And how like, not here. This? No. This. Like this here, how it's like, oh, there's, you know, there's like this looks like it can be climbed up, and it's got some rope, and it's, you know, it's its own little, not mechanism, but it's a feature of the environment that you can climb up, and it looks like it can be climbed up because of the way that it is. You know, that to me is really, it's a cross section of storytelling and UX affordances that I think the game could use more interactive things like that. This would be like an environmental thing, but like maybe there's like pulleys and weights and other things that you can hack at and do stuff with that just gives the world a little bit of life. You know, I was drawing that water wheel in a previous scene, and it's like, okay, what does the water wheel, like, maybe water could have some kind of maybe there could be like mechanisms that use water, or could be blocked off when the water is shut off, you know. That I could use abilities on, or in conjunction with abilities. It's just stuff like that, where it's a bit like, you know, these are opportunities that I don't want to pass up. At the same time, I don't want to spend too much time on this stuff. So it's a very tight balancing act between now and like April, where I really need to be very picky about what I spend my time on. No, that's a custom plugin that I created. Jazzy? All right. Have I thought about letting the clouds in the background scroll? I mean, I would need to draw it in a way that let it do that. Right now, it's not really designed to scroll. It's framing the mountain. If they scrolled, it would, you know what I mean? I would need to either animate it by hand or make it flatter so that it looked normal going left and right. Or I would need foreground clouds that were moving separately to the background clouds. Okay, we're gonna go, pals. I gotta head out. Let's find someone to raid on Twitch and get out of here. For those of you on YouTube, if you want to get in on the raid and watch some more game dev, you can join us on Twitch at twitch.tv/AdamCEunice, and you'll be a Twitch streamer, viewer. Let's raid Evan. Evan's making a web-based MMO. Like it's a pixel art game, but it's an MMO. But it's using JavaScript. Or at least he was. I don't know if he's making one now because of his job, but in any case. All right. Thanks, pals. For those of you on Twitch, if you want to see more of my YouTube content, go catch me on YouTube at youtube.com/AdamCEunice. I'm sure you're aware that I've got a channel, but just in case you weren't, you can catch me there. And for all of you watching, if you want to support the channel and have more of this content exist in the world, become a patron at patreon.com/AdamCEunice. That's it. That's the stream. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. And until next time,